Whew. All right, here we go. Big chapter 69. Really and truly out here. Yeah, so I think we started editing this guy yesterday. We just didn't have enough gas to get through it. It's a long chapter, but today we are better fortified and better equipped to tackle this controversial. Why am I? Check. Yeah, hold on. This microphone is turned. It's juiced. It's like a little too high. I gotta work on this. One sec. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, man. When you're fucking set for Unity, you can't have your mixer board turned up a decibel or two. You'll clip every time. That's a good lesson for. No, it's not a good lesson at all. It doesn't make any fucking sense. All right, what do we got here? I'll tell you what's wrong. Is either my hearing is decreasing, or more likely the headphones knob is a little bit down. But I'm just gonna power through it. I don't need to hear myself that well. So this is chapter 65. We made it all the way to day 69 of editing this book. God, I can't believe it takes so fucking long. And I gotta tell you, like on a personal note, I'm pretty ready for this to be done and super duper ready to start editing a different book. Yeah, let me know if it's clipping a lot on your end, because I'm getting like a lot of red meters over here. I think I probably need to sit down and do a little bit of work on the compressor now that the environment is so much more noisy. Or just not shouting the microphone as I was doing there. So, so the next book that I'm going to work on after this one, I think, is a children's book, or you call them YA, so that you can sell them to more, but it's actually like a book written for children. It's, I wanted to write something like The Giver, but more in the vein of The Giver and the Receiver, meaning, of course, Goatsy and the Immensely Well-Hung Man. It's louder than usual. Yeah, I wonder why it's coming through so loud. We didn't really change anything. Hold on, let me take a look at our settings real quick. I'll be right back. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you what the problemo was. This cleaning person came through and just decided, I'm going to dust the mixer with all the like settings and so forth, even though they weren't supposed to be up in here at all. And we're probably just licking everything. We should replace master and slave and technology with giver and receiver. You know, you really get into problems right there with power buttons or power bottoms, because sometimes the receiver is actually the master controller and the giver is the slave. So I don't know. You know, I'm a big fan of like master-slave terminology, but maybe it's just because all my relationships have some component of creepy bondage in them. Yeah, usually where my emotions are tied up by some woman, and she never lets them go. That's my kink. All right, let's get down to it. So this is Lemon Maybe and the Electric Lady. So this is a chapter that, and if somebody could tell the chat, this chapter has a lot to do with electronics. And I do not understand electronics well enough to write this chapter. So if you see anything that's wrong here, your input is especially valuable today. Just because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So this is Lemon Maybe and the Electric. Hold on. Let me get it right. Lemon Maybe and the Electric Lady by Zak Zyz. Chapter 65. 0100110100000001. No, I'm not going to do the whole thing. I don't hate you guys that much. This happens at 4.8 in our sequence, and this is 6:45 p.m. Harlem. So all that stuff will get stripped out, by the way, all like the 4.8 and so forth, and maybe we'll keep the times in the final book. But where I've got like 4.8 and so forth, that was just the timeline for this story used to be really fucked up, and I just gave everything a time so I could keep it straight. Is that ASCII? It's binary, and it spells something very important that you definitely need to look up. Why am I doing this? Sarah's been pecking at the computer keyboard with... For the last 5 minutes, Sarah's been pecking at the computer keyboard with a ballpoint pen. For the last 5 minutes, Sarah has been pecking at the computer keyboard with a ballpoint pen. Click, 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 one key at a time. Yeah, she's like, no, she, I think she got the access code in before this happened. Click, click, click. One key at a time. I don't like fat dweeb. Let's think about who... Yeah, there we go. Alright, why am I doing this? For the last 5 minutes, Sarah has been pecking on the computer keyboard with a ballpoint pen. with the butt end of a ballpoint pen. Click, click, click. One key at a time. Oh shit, speaking of one key at a time, I need to turn on Firefox. I should just make the ZYZ bot my homepage in Firefox if I was smart. Am I smart though? Okay, so while that's booting up, so if you get if you get edits in there, fuck. Okay, so we retooled that paragraph a little bit. Why am I doing this? For the last 5 minutes, Sarah's been pecking at the computer keyboard with the butt end of a ballpoint pen. Click, click, click. One key at a time. She's wearing the heavy insulated gloves to keep from shorting out the rented computer. It's even harder because she wears her insulated gloves to keep from shorting out the cyber cafe computer. It's clumsy as hell. It's even harder than it should be. It's even harder because the fat guy at the counter keeps turning around to look at her. Performance anxiety. He looks just as frustrated. He's probably on the verge of coming over and entering the code for her. The urge to zap the condescending look off his face gets stronger with every typo. Hell yeah. Fuck. That's a hard little opening paragraph for something that we already edited right there. So what I'm thinking is I don't think coffee shops are going to be open again at the end of this whole thing. So my idea, the big brainwave, as it were, is that when I get back to writing, what I'm going to do is stream writing. What I will potentially do is like, I might be on camera, I might not be. We'll probably use like the same setup in terms of the look. I'll change the bar on the top right there. What I probably won't do is pay attention to the chat at all, and we'll probably have music going in the background, which means that I'm sorry to people who watch on Facebook Live, who are pretty much just people distantly related to me. But Facebook will not let you stream music on their platform. They just shut down your stream immediately. It's a real pain in the ass. So we'll probably hop off of Facebook, and it's asking. So that's my plan, to just continue like the daily writing stream, but have it not be editing. And maybe at the end of each chapter we'll do like an editing sequence or something like that. But more likely, so creative writing is a lot different than editing. It's much more like those quiet pauses. Just the 2 official Dwarf Fortress songs on loop. You know, I've never played Dwarf Fortress. I bet it's the kind of thing I would like if I got into it. but I bet it would take like 4 or 5 hours to get into. You know what I'm saying? Although I love that ASCII game. I'm bored of it now, you know, obviously. But you know that ASCII game that's meant to be like an idle game where you can like program it to play it for you and everything. What's the name of that game? We were big on it for a little bit. I even tweeted out support for it. Anyhow, the access code on our receipt is BRWDYG2 ? Typing it in with a pen was a hopeless pain in the ass. It took her 5 tries. No, let's just take that out. It took 5 tries to enter. Let's just take that out, honestly. Sarah's never been a computer person. She stares at the... Because that's, like, an inside joke that only, like, 2 people who ever read this book would get. And it also compromises the security of a massive corporation, so let's just cut it. It was funny to me. Sarah's never been a computer person. She stares at the screen. New York power plants is typed into the search bar. She's annoyed she has to go all the way back. Oh, they're doing a Steam release? Huh. Tens and forts to really get into, but it's worth it. Yeah, I know it's something I would really dig. There's some other game that came out recently that I wanted to check out. Just anything to keep me from playing League of Legends all day, every day is probably a good idea. Whew. They just came out with Slay the Spire for iPad and iOS and whatnot, by the way. It's a pretty good translation. I guess the UI is kind of shitty. The UI is definitely not primed to be, like, they have their continue button like under where your thumb would be in normal playing. So they need to make a few adjustments for the mobile thing, but ultimately it plays okay. Doesn't fry the iPad. iPad's like the right size to play that on. It's a little cramped on a phone. I still haven't like gotten into Darkest Dungeons. My thing is, like, as I get older, I just replay the same games over and over again rather than learning new ones. Which is how you get dementia, by the way. You just let your mental cords fucking ossify and get tangled in each other. You're waiting for the Android version of it? Yeah. Yeah, if you want to play card games on phones, you pretty much have to have an iPhone fluttering around. Fortunately, like, most of them are pretty low resource heavy, except for Mystic Veil, which for some reason just cooks your fucking iPad or iPhone. You can every time you play that stupid game, you can feel your processor cook. All right, hold on. Where are you at? Oh, there we go. That's what I get for spitting on my screen. All right. She has to go so far back to fix it. How could you be so stupid? Sarah doesn't have to hunt and peck with her pen. She just needs to make the connection. A tiny flicker of current across 2 contacts on the keyboard. That makes an A. Sarah tries it. Oh shit! Good progress on the rule editor, making a base rule set template work now. So it can make a very rudimentary game interface to try it on, and we'll be ready to share after that. That's exactly like what we need for that whole thing. I'm working on some encounter tables for it there, which does a couple of things. One, it takes all the major arcana and ties them into one of the like Latralin or Bearlith or one of the other monsters that are big deals inside of it. And it also makes, for each of the cards you can draw, it has like a matrix of secondary monsters that can be drawn. Like if your guy is super low level, it draws like a Vadling. And if your guy is super high level, it draws Vidabo. You know what I mean? That would only make sense to me and Spathy right there. But yeah, stuff like encounter tables is super helpful. Stuff like just sort of the most basic interpretation of each card put into like a spreadsheet. Ultimately, I want to have just one master spreadsheet that I can reference while I'm playing the game that has like a lot of my notes and so forth about what's happening in it. And then we can just scroll along. Yeah, I really I need to do like a couple of test runs of the storytelling variant of it and just see if people are into it. Also, I need to find players for a Fiasco game, and those are people who are not trolling for the most part. I'm gonna try on a platform called Demiplane, but it sucks. All right, so let me stop getting distracted here. Sarah doesn't have to hunt and peck with her pen. She just needs to make the connection. A tiny flicker of current across the two It's way easier than juicing an 8. Okay. Sarah concentrates and the letter A magically appears on the screen. She claps her heavy gloves together in delight, not caring if fat ass is watching. This is way easier than juicing an ATM machine. This is way easier than juicing an ATM machine. She tries to see how fast she can do it. A scrolls into the... Okay. So the mouse is already covered later in the chapter. The reason why she's doing this is because her gloves are they're thick and they're insulated and so forth. They're like trying to fucking type with a spacesuit on. So that's why. So let's see. I'll give you a point for that. Oh yeah, so yeah, it's physically. I mean, she could like, yeah, she would just be mashing shit all over the place. Sit down in a set of like gardening gloves or something like that and try and type on a keyboard. Shit do not work. And insulated gloves are pretty thick. Another part of this is that like normally she could just use if she had like all of her gear or whatever with her, she would probably just use one of those plastic handles. They make special screwdrivers for construction people where they're insulated to keep you from zapping yourself. They have like a plastic handle. I mean, most do. It's just that the actual shaft doesn't extend so far, so it's much more difficult to zap yourself. But Sarah concentrates. The letter A magically appears on the screen. She claps her heavy gloves together in delight, not caring if fat ass is watching. This is way easier than juicing an ATM machine. Hey, scrolls all the way to the edge of the search bar. A faint smell of singed plastic rises from the keyboard, but she ignores it. It's just a rental. This is so cool. She doesn't even have to touch the keyboard. Yeah. Let's take that out. She can just induce these characters into the USB cable using their codes. It's a delicate amount of current, but her control has gotten much finer in the last couple days. She focus. But her control has gotten much finer after robbing so many ATM machines. Let's see, I don't want to use magic so many times. Cool. All right, so far all this seems like this could act. If you are willing to grant that there's somebody with the ability to see electricity, and that person has the ability to manipulate tiny electrical charges and essentially produce electricity out of thin air and induce it into circuits, then so far this is relatively in keeping. One thing about this scene is it's a little mechanical and possibly a bit long-winded, right? So could potentially be cutting some of this shit out. So we get into, later in the chapter we get into why she doesn't just concentrate on the board and why she elects to use USB port. Keep in mind, like this is somebody who's totally non-technical. All of her electrical experience consists of robbing ATM machines and frying alarm clocks in the target. They're encoded to serial on the wire. Let me see. Keyboard inputs are analog at the switch level, easy to manipulate, and they're encoded to serial on the wire. Yeah, we get a little bit into that, but that's like an important thing. How strict is the timing? Do you think? No, I don't think it's pedantic at all. So here's and like the idea that she understands like the inner workings of HID protocol is exactly like what we want to take a look into. Is this meaningful? So I think the analog pulse that she generates from each of these things, but then there's an encoding step, right? That's taking place on the keyboard. Like, so what's happening is, in my understanding, and tell me if I'm wrong, you're pressing a key, and then it's generating like this little pulse of electricity. That pulse of electricity hits something that encodes it into what's it? You said that it's coming across in serial or whatever, but it's essentially encoding it into like a byte of information, right? Just like I think that it's fucking sending a pulse of that. Now, how fast is that byte of information coming across? Is it just way too fast for a human being to be like, oh yeah, that's A, that's B? Is it just completely inconceivable that a human being can do that? Because if so, then we need to cut that out, and she can only use the analog interfaces of things. We have to strip out the entire her sending signals right up the wire. So she doesn't have to understand the inner workings, but she has to be able to replicate them. Well, what's the analog right here? It's just like, you don't have to know Spanish, right? You just have to be able to repeat the word chinga after you hear it. You know what I mean? It's definitely very fast. 1.84320 megahertz. That's pretty fast. That's like, according to Google. So therefore, when something's going up the wire, it's just completely unrecognizable, right? Like, so we would have to limit her to only fucking with things in a digital and an analog context. She just would not be able to enter the digital world at all. Not sure what the USB version that is. Well, just the transmission rate might not matter. Also, this could be like a PS2 keyboard. So you could do it before the encoder. I mean, it's not like each of the keys is generating a different, generating like a different current, is it? Yeah, that's just a crystal that it uses. And also like, it's worthwhile to wonder, and this is why we do the editing, by the way, to get into nothing pedantic about these are important details. Important to consider, like, what are the timing constraints? Like, where's the point where it will just discard the information because it's not coming fast enough down the pipe? Can you build that character bit by bit, or is it just like, no, I don't understand what the fuck you're saying because you just didn't get your key off fast enough? Simplified, each key toggles different analog circuits, and then each one is sending like a, what is it, each having, yeah, I don't know how it differentiates between the two, whether each key has its own encoder. It seems much more believable if she manipulates the signaling from the keyboard. Those circuits are toggled for the duration that the key is held down. All right. Yeah, I mean, really what would be helpful is if we got like the... Well, let's take a look at... how much do we have to cut? Which focuses on the wire... Okay. So the other part of this manipulates the signaling from the keyboard, which is much easier to hack. Yeah, it's a long-ass chapter, too. All right, let's just cut that. Yeah, I'd like to see the encoder takes the state of the keyboard and turns it into serial inputs for the USB at 200 to 500 times a second. So, yeah, like I like the idea of. I'm going to say that it's possible within the context of this character that they can induce the current directly up the wire, but they're not fucking around with anything at like a at a microcircuit level, right? Because what actual let's take a look at yeah. The other thing that we can do here, this is 2006. That can still be a 5-pin mini DIN keyboard, if that matters. Serial inputs at the keyboard ranges from logical minimum, logical maximum. Huh. Okay. Yeah, cool. Let's okay, so in a DIN, in like a DIN type keyboard, is all the encoding happening in the computer and everything coming from the keyboard is essentially like an analog signal. Is that what's happening there? Because if that's the case, yeah. Yeah, that's cool. And then we could just, because I'm with you that the USB thing is a stretch. And we can just change that to keyboard cable. Right there. This is actually super interesting to me. Okay, and then are those different than electrical connector, standardize, output only in play mode, not in stop, rewind, or record mode, PS2 port. Oh, it's a 6-pin mini DIN. Yeah, so let's say that this is a PS2 cable right here. So the data signal is serial data with 1 start bit, 8 data bits, and 1 parity bit, 1 stop bit, 1 ACK bit. And the bit rate is really slow on these guys comparatively. We don't even have to specify. Yeah, we don't have to specify DIN. I'm just annoyed that I thought it was like 5-pin instead of 6-pin. I should have known this. USB mice are pulled at a send interrupts at a default rate of 100 hertz. PS2 mice have 0 latency at the port? Wow, I didn't know that. Rollover limitations. Yeah, like, remember that when plugging in a keyboard could fuck up a machine? Yeah, this does take place in 2006, so I definitely want to have this just be a... okay, so there's a microcontroller on the motherboard. Cool. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Good. I wanted to keep the, like, sending the signals up the wire thing there, Because I'll tell you one thing, like part of what we want to have here is this learning process. So what is actually getting spit out from the keyboard? Here, communication protocol, the PS2 interface, 2 main signal lines. Okay, so it's just a serial frame of data. So what's that look like? Much simpler protocol, so no chatter. I really like, yeah, I like that we're getting down to the nuts and bolts. This is super fucking interesting to me. All right, so it's a 5-volt signal. God, they came up with this in 1987. Fuck me. Yeah, we're ancient. Okay. So 8 data bits. So what is a, you press the key. Oh, there's big logic. Yeah. So all din and see. So what's actually happening? Can we describe the character seeing what happens when she presses a key? Build test program on loop. Yeah. Everybody but me is working hard at the moment, right there. So what actually, like, say that we press a key on a fucking. So it's sending like an 10 bits of information, like 1 parity and 1 stop bit. Okay, it sends a packet of data repeatedly. Oh yeah, but it would be like the refresh interval, right? Like da 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 da. Okay, cool. So like, what's the letter A, for instance? Super fast until you let up. Okay, cool. Not blasting the same sequence. It's blasting the sequence over and over. Okay, and then that's the ACK response. It lowers, raises and lowers the voltage if it's ready for the next input. The polling interval is determined by the BIOS. Sometimes the OS nowadays. And keep in mind, we're only doing PS2 things right here. So if we want to send the letter A from this keyboard, how keyboards work. Okay. Rubber domes, those are garbage. Well, this is a fucking useless. Yeah, where's the fucking, I want the mechanics of what it's sending. Yeah. Fuck off how stuff works. Keyboard key values. Key codes are numeric values. Oh, so it sends, you send out key codes. So A is sending out 65. That's interesting. Yeah, you can find an oscilloscope readout of the line data on... Yeah, that would actually be super interesting to just take a look at... I don't have a fucking oscilloscope handy, but to just describe it, because that's how she would essentially see it, right? Because she's like physically perceiving the electrical impulses. So I don't know whether she would see them in variations in chroma, or whether she would see them as like variations in intensity. But the fact that each key codes are not influenced by modifier keys, character values must be read from the on-key press event. Wow, this is fucking wild. We don't, and again, we don't have to get into this whole thing. So JavaScript is key codes. PC keyboard scan. The scan code values generated by the PC keyboard. What the fuck is a scan code? Scan codes are hexadecimal. Okay, so it's sending a scan code. That's some real nerd shit. But this is the nerdiest part of the book right here. Yeah, key press events are like a higher level type shit. Okay, yeah, like I would like to describe like what a discrete bundle of information, but it's actually, come to think of it, like it's quite difficult to get down to that without really getting to. I like the suggestion of using an oscilloscope, but I don't have one floating around. I can just see myself stripping the wires on like an old PS2 thing and like, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this shit. Good God. Custom firmware for each one. Okay. She focuses on the wire. What's the repeat rate for superior repeat rate? Geekhack. Dot whatever. The PS2 doesn't allow repeating of two keys at once, as in 1 2 1 2. Oh yeah, yeah. That's interesting. Those packets last like, oh, if they last 70 milliseconds, she could absolutely pick that up. Yeah, that's well within. Spamming a bad data on a USB will just, yeah, I think it's super interesting to have the distinction between USB and PS2. Like we're super happy that I'm super happy that we set this in 2006. So much of the shit would be different later on. Yeah. $70 milliseconds sounds like a good repeat interval. Yeah, I think that's pretty. Oh shit, Logic has an oscilloscope hooked up? That's wild. Keep in mind, like we're already past the comfort level of your standard person the second that we start talking about keyboards, right? Like A board with letters on it. Fatso behind the counter is giving her a look, but she doesn't care. Mm-hmm. I like that this is something that we can all pile onto right here, because the keyboards are such like a God. Think about how much of your day is interfaced by a keyboard. It's almost like a scary amount of the way that we filter. Like everything that I'm doing right here is just coming through this keyboard right here, and yeah, it's like so much of the world that we perceive is filtered through these clacking keys. Mm. It's the first time she smiled in days. A whole new world is opening up around her. When did the Matrix come out, by the way? Like, this is 1999. Okay. We're not going to get into the fucking Matrix in this one. Right now, it's all screaming past. Right now, it's all screaming along too fast for her to understand. But what if she could? All right, so let's 20 minutes later, Sarah stares at the search bar. By will alone, the letters Sarah appear. She conjured her name. Then she wills a sequence of rapid backspaces and it disappears. She thought types it again, faster this time. Sarah. It's the first time she smiled in days. A whole new world. Oh, yeah. Ugh, coof. Woof. Mm. But what if she could read it all? Yeah, so with memory and stuff, it's totally impossible. Yeah, it's outside of the but she doesn't. Jeez. Ugh. Fucking allergens. Yeah, sorry for coughing into a microphone. That's how unsanitary. Yeah, it's totally outside the scope of this character. But she doesn't know that. She doesn't have like the basic understanding. And maybe the reader doesn't know that either. You know, maybe they're like, whoa, it'd be so cool, man. But we as fucking nerds know that not easily. It's too fast for her to understand right now, but what if? Since those are individual bits and microsecond scales versus the keyboard lines sending data on repeat on a time scale of finger to key press exactly. You know what I mean? Like we're very aware that like, I mean, keep in mind, this is somebody who was able to like compromise ATM machines, which is like no small feat. But imagine an actual hacker with those powers. Yeah, yeah. Mm, mm, mm. But what if? Who could stop her? Sarah fires another S down the keyboard wire and tries to track its progress through the computer. It's impossibly fast. There's an intricate web of electricity humming inside this machine. Tiny charges rocket through channels and smolder in capacitors. An uncountable array of transistors shuffle fat-tat-tat-tat at impossible speeds. Sarah reels. It's an entirely new world inside this box. I joined the stream late yesterday, and why isn't she manipulating the RAM was my first question. Yeah, like, she's not fucking around with it. I think about how the difference in the scale of complexity is so crazy. And I mean, this lady is like a glorified plumber when it really comes down to it. And just with the flow of current rather than whatever. She could destroy it. She could destroy like all kinds of shit. Yeah, like this character is really much more about breaking things than building them, as you have seen thus far and will soon see. There's no choice but to get used to it. The binary babble fades to the background of her consciousness like a bad smell. I really like this line. I don't know how, I guess we can just call it fucking binary babble. That's not too inaccurate. Sarah, Focusing on the screen, Sarah wills New York power stations into the search bar and grabs for the mouse. Watching the cursor move, she realizes the mouse is just spitting out a string of coordinates. She has to try that too. At first, the cursor blinks wildly all over the screen. But when she gets the hang of it, okay, so let's take. I'd like to interject. The mouse spits out a string of deltas. That actually sounds super cool. But what the fuck does that mean? Like, can you give an example of what it would look like? The mouse spits out a string of deltas. Yeah, it moves. Yeah. Oh, I like that. I think that's a big improvement right there. All right, so hold on. I'm giving Spake the 3 points for his contributions thus far, because I just haven't been doling out the points, and this has been incredible. I'm saying all this in my super nasal voice. The mouse doesn't know where the cursor is on the screen, so it just moved. So you can't say coordinates. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Does delta make sense? Could we say a string of x and y deltas, or how would you say that? They're so loud on your computer. 10 of 10. X and y movements. So what exactly is a delta in that context? That's not fucking delta.com. God. So what's the math? An incremental change in a variable. Okay. Yeah, she wouldn't know delta. Yeah, I don't think that she would she know deltas because she knows like three-phase power, right? That's a fair amount of math. Do you ever need to use positional? There's some, but she didn't graduate from fucking high school. You know, if we're thinking about what this character knows, so. It's simple. She can't help but try it. I like that. I like that she delta just means change. Okay, cool. But a specific change in that it is a modification of a variable. Yeah. I love that she's using a ball mouse also. God. When was the last time you fucking set hands on a ball mouse? Ooh. Oh wait, hold on. A message about rhythms or tones. Oh yeah. Like I thought immediately about translating this to just musical notes, right? Because that would be the equivalent. But because these are they're made up of like individual bits, it would be really it's worthwhile to. I think that's actually worthwhile. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We're trying to do too much. I'm trying to trim from this chapter, but I really like that idea. The J key is like a C flat or something like that. Yeah. It's like a decent idea, um, and one that yeah. And one of the things where if we phase it over to where it's more of like a musical thing that she's doing right here, people are more willing to believe it because people are willing to, they believe in the existence of musical prodigies, like people who just kind of like magically, like, oh, you have perfect pitch, you know? It's a place where individual humans already have kind of like what we see as superpowers. Compare it to synesthesia, yeah. Somewhere between a word and a musical note. Fatso behind the counter is giving her a look, but she doesn't care. Yeah. So the problem with Feeling the bottom of the screen as lowest pitch and the far right as highest volume. Okay, it's just like a vaguely thing. One thing that we get into there is I wonder if that even tracks, because that we fall into like would she run out of volume? The same way that you like run off of the surface of the mouse pad there. Like how low can she conceive of before the cursor blinks into infinity? Like the idea that the mouse that has no idea of its relative position on the screen is an important one there. So Spathywah says it'll never jump from one place to another. Well, I want you to think about like what it's. Well, how's the cursor animated? So here's my idea there. Say that the cursor is sending, like it's over here on the screen, and it's sending this variable like -250, -250, right? And then she just juices it too much, and she sends -500, -500, and then just immediately pop, poop, appears over there. Is how I would see it. The OS would be pretending it from leaving a screen. Yeah, only trackpads and touchscreens can make it jump. It's a series of changes. So is the OS just animating that series of changes? Like if we pick the mouse up here and then set it down. Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. So she would be sending like this huge series of, okay. Instead of saying blinks, let's say it whips wildly all over the screen. Again, if we map pitch to movement speed, press it more to get to 60 faster. All right, yeah. Up and down our volume, left and right our pitch. No. Honestly, this is not derailed at all. Like, this is one where we tried to work on it yesterday when neither of you guys were here, and I was like, I don't have the fucking skill set to delve into like the nerdy parts of this. And there's just so many places where like this is one scene where I think just having tech people in there are invaluable. Not shitting on it at all. I'm like, I can't tell you how happy I am about the changes that we're making right here. Because yeah, I just don't know. That kind of nerd shit doesn't appeal to me on the same level as everybody. And listen to me like dismissing it as I'm so happy to have somebody that has that data. Up and down our volume, left and right our pitch. Soon the cursor. Yeah, I think that she would do up and down rather than X and Y. Yeah. By the time Sarah's hour runs out, she's totally lost in the computer world. She has to peel herself away from the screen to give the fat guy another $5. Another hour vanishes and she pays him again. She can materialize letters faster than she can type now. Even without gloves. Cool. Time runs out again. Sarah's head throbs from staring at the screen for hours. Her eyes refuse to focus. Okay, cool. Up, down, left, right is way better. Doesn't... Okay, so as long as we're not breaking suspension of disbelief and the fact that we can justify... Because a lot of... The thing is, like, you want to be able to go to, like, the nerds... that nitpick stuff like this in Amazon review comments and just be like, well, actually, that's like the best part ever. I remember being able to do that for survival mode. We're like, well, the moon would be tidally locked. And I'm like, well, actually, motherfucker, we have moons in our very own solar system that aren't tidally locked. It's a like function of how far out they are and how recently they've been captured in orbit. Boom, motherfucker. Oh, that's the best. It's like just dunking on these motherfuckers. I wonder how much of like us doing all this work is just so that I can have that feeling of being like, well, actually, God, it's better than an orgasm. Well, a shitty orgasm. I'm not talking about the good ones. You know what I'm saying? All right, yeah. Yeah, no Kessel Run in 12 parsecs. God. The fucking equivocating that people have to do to just the like rationalizing of that stupid fucking comment. You know, like this, you know, this is a lady getting raped by a slug in a gold bra. Like, this is like, you know, the... Ugh. Time runs out again. No, this is too much. Her head throbs from staring at the screen for hours. What if he's calling the police on her? Blinking, Sarah stumbles out of the computer cafe and onto the sidewalk. As she tries to get her bearings, she realizes she can only see the charge. Is this all that's left? Has she finally gone blind? This is a terrible mistake. Sarah shouldn't have come here. Shouldn't have spent so long on the computer. Now she's stuck in the spectrum. I had a good friend who suddenly went blind over like 48 hours. Oh, it's as if is misspelled. Is it still? Is it fine? How is? Oh yeah. All right. Is this all that's left? Has she finally gone blind? Oh no. This is a terrible mistake. Sarah shouldn't have come here. She shouldn't have spent so long on the computer. Now she's stranded in the spectrum, stuck on the sidewalk with no way to get back to the hotel. Weird, why isn't it underlined? Because fee is a musical note. That's why. Oh, I think it's a musical note. Let's find out. Delta Phi. What the fuck? The solemnization syllable used for the semitone between 4th and 5th degrees of a scale. Bam! Although I didn't know solemnization syllable. That's neat to know. But yeah, I should give myself a editing point right there for knowing that shit. Wait. Actually, hold on. I did something for this. Hell yeah. That's the least helpful definition. No, it makes sense to me. Learning, boys. That's what we're here for. I should have used that many more times earlier today because I learned a ton of shit about how keyboards work. Yeah, this is a song reference to a sample in a Deltron song. We were talking about adding that a second there. I'm only going to use the more you know if something fucking astonishes me. And that was it. Are you all right? A cloud of sparks hobbles to a stop beside her, an old brain heavily reliant on a few well-worn circuits. The sparks in his throat thrum together to make sound. Miss, do you need help? Her eyes are drawn to the metronome sewn inside of his chest. It's pumping current into his heart. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, so actually, I think there's like a secondary unit. There's like a battery in one part, and then like a secondary. And then we gotta look how fucking pacemakers work. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so there's a generator and leads, and then there's a pulse generator. Okay. Cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, what we got here is okay. This is the hard part. Should clang be italicized? It should be if it's onomatopoeia, but I don't think we're keeping clang there. Boom. Hell yeah. Mm. I don't like that. Yeah. Trying to work this shit out. You have to capitalize black now. I'm not going to capitalize fucking black. I don't know that we're even going to make her. I also like on the nose. Woke edits right here. Why can't she be Latin? I'm never gonna fucking type the word. Latinx is like the stupidest fucking shit ever. Just call them Latin. I like that. Fucking Latin America. Sounds dope. Latin's an awesome language, man. Got your conjugation and declination, and hell yeah. Should be proud to be Latin. That's one of my favorite porn series of all time, by the way. It's about a mechanic shop, and it's entitled Leaking Tranny Fluid. Hi-oh! Oh, God. You guys don't even want to know the... I woke up in the middle of the night and wrote a series of jokes for a comedy set that hopefully I will never fucking ever do in my life. Because they're... But... Oh, shit. It deleted some of my fucking... I gotta check in the other... Yeah, it didn't fully update. It deleted all my tranny jokes. That's a fucking... And... I guess... Yeah, sorry, I'm not supposed to say tranny on this stream. My mistake. Just putting it out there. I would totally date a trans person or with a Y or X or whatever and have before. But yeah, I guess now I'm transphobic forever. Blah. Well, that was easy. Latin dominated Europe for thousands of years and is at the core of all Western civilization. And then it's gringos. Only 2% of Latino Americans accept Latinx. I don't like that like they're well, whatever. Like we're getting into some perilous territory right here after I already fucked up. But it's kind of bothersome, like that people are like it's difficult to keep track of Hispanic versus Latin and Latino and so forth. Like I don't know. Everybody's I'm just lazy. I should just fucking figure it out. But yeah, but definitely one will get people to scowl at you and the other will not, and I can't remember which is which. There's a lot of that going on where there's like some new way you're supposed to say shit and you just can't remember it, and so it just winds up with people going like, story of my life. Right there. But wait, YouTube is eating Logic's chats. 40% prefer Hispanic and 20% prefer Latino. Flat out should be hyphenated. Yes, it probably should. I like that she just flat out guffaw. Earlier we were gonna have her like laugh and then. YT eats about half of the off-topic comments. Huh. Latinx. Yeah, that's weird. I wonder how much. I think it's. I wonder if that's something that I can change up in Restream. I think I've done this before, and you can't. Just, analytics bot filtering. Hold on, let's. We just hide common chat bots and like a few chatters is all that we filter. That's all. So it doesn't do any word filtering on the Restream level. It's probably just YouTube. YouTube eats about half of my off-topic comments because they're super racist. Yeah. Thanks, YouTube. Really just needed somebody to guard me from seeing racist shit. Whew. Despite the pain. Oh, yeah. She throttles the urge to electrocute the cackling old woman. Something strange is happening. The visible spectrum and the charge have begun to blend together. Yep, shout outs to FLT. You know what I'm saying? Big Fairlight. No, I don't think anybody should be there. Yeah, anyway's not the right word. FLT was my first thought, yeah. No, we can't do her hand because she's wearing gloves. God, tough fucking chapter. And there's more. There's so much more of this chapter that we have to get through. But I think this is like one of the most pivotal moments for this character. And this needs to be cut into 2 chapters. I'm just going to tell you right now. Yeah, this... Dun, 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 dun. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is where we're gonna break this chapter. This is just too long. Yeah, we're let's make 1, 2. All right, so hold on. All the fatatats should be fucking capital. Oh, that's the first time since we changed up the Wi-Fi. So that's the first time that it's decided to scroll all fucked up. Oh, are you fucking serious? I just put in a whole new fucking wireless system here, and iCloud is still dog shit. I better not fuck up any of this. Okay, cool. All right, so here's 65. So 1, 2, 3. That's capital. I'm looking for the non-capital. No, that's fine. Okay. There's only 3 pages. Yeah, so we need to get a little bit further deep into it. The problem is that they're yeah, so that's not where we're gonna break. And there's the comment that Logic wanted, so cool. Command S before scrolling. Why should I have to fucking Command S before scrolling? Tell me that, Pages. Like, why the fuck? Ugh. Yeah, we don't get to make this change, unfortunately. Ugh. Oh, that's a shame. I would love to be able to break the chapter here. Yeah. How many pages do we get to there? 1. Okay, so we just start at 510, so I could just fucking count if we want to. Okay, so it's only 4 pages here. I think it seems like longer to me because I'm just I'm like working so hard on the chapter, and there's so many technical things that we're trying to change, and we have this issue where we're trying to transition from this very like reality-based, like these are the cold hard metrics of working with computers, and then suddenly like kind of out of nowhere, we're getting into like the fucking spirit realm right over here, and so it's winching. Yeah. So, Mist, you need help. So about 5 pages into this chapter, that's where something strange is happening. Yeah, and there's not a good spot for a chapter break right there. I don't like that we have to edit this chapter again. 516. Well, I tell you what, let me get up and ba-da-da. Let me get up and walk around for a second, and let's try to get back to it, because I'd really like to get through the chapter. All right. No, we're not going to break here. It's not too long. It's just, I was just being a pussy. So Logic says, it's so hot my ball flap is one big old bat wing, but I'm definitely going to be the first loser in this race. Oof. Ooh. It's a hell of a blues lyric right there. Stops laughing abruptly. Yeah, let's... an old black woman on the bench guffaws at her misfortune. No, yeah, this should. All right, so oh, I gotta reduce the volume on that. I think is it like ear shattering? Sounds loud to me. Maybe that's just the power of Spathy's anus. Maybe I should just go in the other direction and like run it through a several layers of compression and ultra maximizer and so forth, and just add like bass tones that were never there in the first place. So that it's like a fucking lowrider going by your house every time you play it. I hope you mean by reduce and big in. Yeah, just blah. All right, hold on. Let me holler at the Sally guys. Okay, so yeah, in Sally chat, Tom Moody just said, interesting process. Most writers stay lonely and tormented in their garrets. I have DL'd some of your books. Looking forward to reading. Hell yeah. That is very encouraging as we're working through this painful ass chapter. Create a harmonic series with that sound as the fundamental. God. The fucking shepherd's tones of his asshole drone. So keep in mind also, this is the second time that Sarah's whole worldview has gone horribly askew. But this is very different. My first bad trip on LSD did that. My field of vision melted into yellow stripes and then went dark, and then I took off running. LOL. Yeah, I've definitely had. When shit starts fucking with your vision, you know, like where like the visible world sort of just becomes less and less important, and you're like shunted into the ultra world. Whoa, man, that's like quite a feeling. That's you know, it's right when you're peaking, and you're just like, fuck. Because you know, before you take the acid, you're like, yeah, it'd be great to just get some crazy visuals, and you know, like, you know, really have like a powerful trip. Then you get there, and you're like, oh Lord, what have I done? Oh, love that. It's been too long, man. It was just this morning that she. I'm glad Logic is here, who has done like a boat of acid, so he knows what I'm getting at with this crazy shit right here. Because like, yeah, you just you have to have spent some time on the other side to really get what I'm getting at, I think, here. Instead of fading, the two worlds layer on top of each other, resonating and amplifying until everything is a scintillating roar of color and intensity. Collied. So they're just covered with collies. The two worlds. Instead of fading, visible light and the charge layer on top of each other. Yeah. This is like, it's a big ask for our reader right here. We're really asking them to imagine a lot of shit, and we want to make sure we don't ask too much. We don't want to get to a point where the reader's just like, fuck this bullshit. Because oh my god, in Gormgast or whatever there, I'm like one of the 3 volumes into this thing, and really not enjoying that the first page of every chapter is Mervyn Peake going on and on and on about the quality of the light. I'm like, if I can get it. All he talks about is the way that light shines on things, and the rosy fingered dawn clawing at the, whatever there. There's a lot of it, It's a good book, and I'm enjoying it, but holy fuck. His editor gave him like carte blanche to do whatever the fuck he wanted. And I don't want to have the same thing happen to me. So let me know if this gets boring. But I think a real, like a professional editor will take a heavy fucking cudgel to this and beat it into shape. Overwhelmed, Sarah shuts her eyes, but the new light pours in unimpeded. Inside of her, the charge is... Inside of her, the charge is burning brighter and brighter. Oh, that's good. Yeah, a lot of, like, one of the things I like about having you on the editing team is a lot of the things that I really like that, like, you also dig. Like, we must have had, like, some pretty similar experiences at some point. Because, like, a lot of the shit where I'm like, yeah, this is fucking cool. And I show it to other people, and they're like, what are you rattling on about? But yeah, you seem to represent a part of the audience. I did hesitate on the sentence at the bottom of the last page, which continues on the current one. Let's work through it again. Her vision's all wrong. The visible spectrum has begun to bleed into the charge. Sarah is terrified. Sarah's terrified. But this time is different than Grand Central. Instead of fading, visible light in the charge two worlds collide in a scintillating dance of color and intensity, with Sarah at their nexus. Overwhelmed, Sarah shuts her eyes, but the new sight pours in unimpeded. Inside of her, the charge is burning brighter and brighter. Fairlight. Let's just take out abruptly. Yeah, the two worlds layering. Yeah, we were just like, those words are like frosting, and we were just lathering on too much. Needed to change. Maybe we should give the cyber cafe a fucking name. We can give it a name of a yeah. Here, hold on. I know exactly the one that I want. Yeah, hold on. Oh, here, hold on. Let me also save. Oh. For the last 5 minutes, Sarah has been sitting. A battle zone, internet access. For the last 5 minutes, Sarah has been sitting in the megabytes. So there actually is a diner in Brooklyn called Megabytes, and it has nothing to do with the internet. It's just awful. They're not even a good diner. But even though they're not a good diner, I would kill to be able to just go in there and eat some hash now. Real talk. Click, 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 click. One key at a time. Better. Yeah, so now we can go back and she can stare in the windows of Megabytes. I like that Megabytes resonates with our core audience. God. Holy moly, like that smoking hot alien chick from Star Trek TNG that Wesley Crusher falls in love with. I didn't see it. I intentionally skip all the Wesley. I just can't stand that fucking dude, man. I've never liked him. I don't like his persona. I don't like his fucking face. I would fight him in a ring. I've said this before. Can't stand that. Oh yeah, so Tom Moody, still watching our thing, is amazed at our level of detail. Um, yeah, we really do a pretty deep dive on this, and in fact, we probably are overly detailed for what we need to be at. But I don't know. I'm very interested in the complexities of these superheroes. I think like part of what we're trying to do with this book is like a much deeper dive into not like the typical origin story or the human story, but what's actually happening on like a very uh, invasive level as they're having these powers, like the dolphin. No, I'm not gonna watch it. Why aren't they running away? Sarah wonders. The thought is swept aside by the immediacy of the moment. Is that... I don't know if that works with me. I like this moment much better. Why aren't they running away? Sarah wonders. But the thought is swept aside by the immediacy of this moment. These people are only a flicker in time. The light within them is indestructible and eternal. Indestructible, eternal. For an awestruck moment, Sarah wonders what hand set this in motion. For an awestruck moment, Sarah wonders what hand set this in motion. Who lit the spark that ignited all this splendor? Who lit the spark that ignited such splendor? The contemplation of creation sings through her in clear. She begins to ascend. Then some asshole has to whip out a cell phone. Wait. So we edited it to this. I like that. I like that both of us. Sarah wonders what hand set all this in motion. Oh, all this. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. Let me see. I'm gonna give Spathy a point. For an awestruck moment, Sarah wonders what hand set all this in motion. Who lit the spark that ignited such splendor? The contemplation of creation sings through her, clear and perfect. She begins to ascend. Then some asshole whips out a cell phone. Well, we haven't edited that sentence yet, so let's get to it. But yeah, like I'm aware that we'll need some rewriting here. I was hand chatting with the telegraph set via PS2 converter before your Markov chats were a gleam in their programmer's eye. God damn, that's cold. I gotta tweet that out. I like that. I was hand chatting with the telegraph set via PS2 converter before your Markov chats were a gleam in their programmer's eye. Love it. Ugh, stolen. Dead name my Markov chat origins. God, is it? Sarah is aghast. She cannot believe someone would profane this moment to take a fucking picture. We're gonna use Snap, even though like in the modern, because people aren't using Snapchat as much. A year or two ago, we would have had to take it out just because like somebody would be like, "Oh, they had Snapchat back then." Then some asshole whips out a cell phone. The fake shutter sound disrupts. And Sarah is aghast. She cannot believe someone would profane this perfect moment to snap a fucking picture. She annihilates the phone. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It is indeed missing that all day. Yeah, you know that annoying ass shutter sound? Sarah annihilates the phone with a glance. Sarah annihilates the offending phone with a glance. Wisps of ozone-reeking smoke seep from the casing as the processor... So it'd be a NiCad battery at that point. Maybe. Maybe. It's like a Nokia. They had NiCads. Let's... Oh, I can go look. No, no. I'm well aware. I can remember that like the early Nokias had like nickel cadmium batteries. But I was thinking if we were gonna do like a ballooning lithium ion battery in there, but we're not gonna bother. It's just like it was hot. She threw it into the street. Okay, and then Sarah, like this would be a great point to bring up. Like if she knew about it, this would be a great point to bring up the cell phone that was knocked into 34th Street or knocked halfway to 8th Avenue. But Sarah's not a part of that whole thing. I don't think mobiles ever use non-lithium batteries. Maybe those ancient bricks. How wrong you are, Spiffy Wah. Gander backward, and you shall see that indeed they did. Let me see. Oh my god! I just thinking about what happens later in the story. I am so fucking glad that we chose to go like the keyboard route. You'll see why much later here. But you know, there was that moment where we're like thinking about cutting out a bunch of shit about her like inducing current directly into the wires and so forth. We needed to not do that, and you'll see why. Um, because you know I forget some of the things that I've set up later in the story there. Almost there. No mobiles with cameras had NiCad. Yeah, that could absolutely be true. But we sidestepped the entire thing by not including a section about a bulging battery. When was the first? Hold on. Were they lithium ion by the time we got to like the Nokia bricks? Maybe they didn't have NiCad, but I bet a bunch of them had NIMH, nickel mercury hydride or whatever. Um, yeah. Hold on, I want to know. So NiCad They're used in cell phones, but not smartphones, if any. Uh, they were widely used in cell phones until, yeah. Mid 2000s phones with GSM modem chips. Yeah. Lithium cobalt oxide. Ugh. You can just tell it's fucking useless. Blogs are so bad. Someone should fight a fucking war against these things. Nokia released the it 100% had the first American camera phone. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to concede to Spaethiwa. We learned something here. Oh yeah, I think the last phone I had that had like either a NIMH or a NiCad battery had the fucking Snake game on it. No, Sarah shouts. When Korea had the first cameras in phones, I thought it was the stupidest thing ever. To this day, I think it's the stupidest thing ever. Sing and singe in adjacent paragraphs. Let's take a look. So high noon is not hyphenated, but mid morning is, and I'm sure that that's troubling logic even as we speak. Yeah, so we're just cutting out the singed hand. Oh, so we put some time into. Indeed, it's troubling me, but I think it's totally correct right now. Yeah, I knew that it would. What was something annoying that women wore? All right, let's see what we want to. Wow, look at this blog. This shit is awful. Oh, that was an okay. Yeah, cap sleeves aren't awful. Uh, oh God. Oh, what's out? God. Overdoing the cowgirl look. Nine nine noon for symmetry? No, no, I'm not gonna do 9 noon. That's awful. And some cunt in a red leather jacket whips out a cell phone. Crocs, snow boots. Leather jacket doesn't quite send the. We can make it. And some cunt in a red. You know what? This would be a brand, actually. But Sarah wouldn't know the brand. Was there any bad fashion in 2006, even for dudes? What weren't they all like cargo pants and fucking wallet chains back then? What year is this? It's not. It's not actually. Oh my god, it's late as fuck. I can't believe it's 10:06. Okay, cool. Just birthday celebrations and. Uh oh. Yeah, we're really working hard on this. I don't care. I want to finish this chapter, but I know like a lot more shit goes down. The nice thing about it is that because I'm doing intermittent fasting because we're writing so fucking long, I had a wallet chain. Fuck it, that was awesome. You never lost your fucking wallet. It looked cool too, all jingling and shit. Okay. Mm-hmm. No, I think I don't know that we can have a, yeah, this is getting to be like a very confused paragraph. Mm, needs comma. The owner shrinks in pain and flings her phone into the street, whipping her burnt hair in the hand in the air to cool it. Much better. Glorious. Appeased, Sarah tries to recapture the light and return to the glorious feeling. But the moment is gone. Okay, let's try this paragraph, which we did a bunch of work on there. Sarah annihilates the offending phone with a glance. The processor melts into slag and a death scream of error messages. Its owner shrieks in pain and flings her phone into the street, whipping her burnt hair and... Yeah. Oh, much better. With a shriek of pain, the woman flings her phone into the street, whipping her burnt hand in the air to cool it. Much better. Appeased, Sarah tries to return to that glorious feeling. Yeah, much, much better. Yeah, that's a janky paragraph. For the second time today, she feels the sinking, robbed feeling. Almost there. No, Sarah shouts. The air crackles with her anger. The woman in the red jacket is frozen in Sarah's stare like an animal in the path of an oncoming train. The rest of the crowd backs away. All my ex-girlfriends are extremely familiar with this feeling. Almost there. Oh, it's killing me. You just gotta find the one where your dick is the right fit, Spathy Wah. She's out there. She's out there for everyone. It's one woman for everybody, though, so you gotta fight for her. Hi-yo. What do we got here? I'm hitting that note wrong on the Carson hi-yo, by the way. I should stop fucking doing that. I'm not going to do it right. Hi-yo! That's more like it. But it's too much energy for this point in the morning. Yeah, mid-morning becomes high noon. I don't like describing it as a scene because it's like a little too fourth wall for me. I do think that you're right. That hyphen does not belong there. The dead phone is smoldering in the gutter. Sarah could burn this thief out just as easily. Hell yeah. Mm. So Cook, Adam Yock, damn, what a name. This is an editing stream. This is our 69th straight day of editing this novel. We are on page 518. It's a story about a dive bar in Hell's Kitchen where all the drunks get superpowers. Yeah. Yeah, so welcome to the stream there. Yeah, 69 day. Yeah, I'm like a little sad that we made it to our 69th day of editing, and I'm not in a position in my life right now where I have somebody who I can engage in that act with to celebrate. Let's see if I can. It's a bummer, man. But, you know, if you try sometimes, you just might find you'll get what you need. I guess I'm going to be sucking my own dick before this is all over. Whoa. Yeah, that's a warm welcome to our newcomer here. Yeah. I like how Sarah being startled needs to be established. Yeah, and I don't like this is how we originally had it. Yeah, this needs to be more startling. Yeah, suddenly there's a man. I started writing before the coronavirus. Yeah, actually, when did we say this book began? Was it in like 2013 or 2014 or something like that? Yeah, it's been a few years on this one. That's a long chapter. It's been 3 hours we've been editing this guy already. I'm gonna go out and buy a steak and grill it and eat it. Let's see. Has anybody texted me to bother me? No. Nobody loves me. Wah, wah. Okay. Out of nowhere, a man appears between them. Sarah takes a startled step back and misses the curb, falling flat on her ass. I like that we have flat on her ass in there. It's expensive to keep them around, so just like oil, the price adjusts? Huh? Where's that going? The man appears? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where we're going with that. Oh, the place where meat grows on trees. A man appears between them. I hate to use suddenly, but it seems like we need some like, oh wow, that's really loud. Weird, I see them on, oh, Restream is missing the chats. Let's take a look. Sounds good as fuck. Oh, maybe because it has like the dollars. No, it's missing like a lot of chats from him. Hold on. I might need to let these fuckers in here. Yo, it's open. Oh shit, I need to send a message about that one. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it looked like somebody was trying to break into something, but they were not. Let me see how long this goes on for. So look away if you don't want spoilers. 3 more pages? Yeah, we wouldn't break it up there. Fuck. Okay, at 3.5 hours, I gotta like call it at this point. Okay, cool. All right, good. Yeah, all is well. No, you know what? Fuck it. I'm sick of working on this chapter. Let's try and make it through it. YouTube chat subscription fee. Yeah, it's annoying, man. I'll check with the Restream people and see what might be happening there. The next moment, a man appears in the space between them. Sarah takes a startled... That is a good comment. Okay, yeah, people will be here tomorrow. I know, but let's finish this fucking chapter, man. Like, we only got like 3 pages to go. Is there a difference between dissociated and disassociated? Hold on, let's check it out. Yeah, let's see if there's like a strong difference. Severing that which is united. Fuck off, Merriam-Webster. Disassociate as you. Yeah, there's synonyms, just different spelling. But as we know, synonyms always have like a slightly different meaning through use. Wait. Oh, I did add a comma after for a moment. It's right here. Like for a moment, Sarah can only stare at it. Yeah. It's right there. No, there shouldn't be another for a moment in the next one. Even through two thick sets of gloves, the human contact is enough to snap her out of the dissociated fog. I almost want to call that fug rather than fog, because it's more like the. Police, move along, Carl orders. Okay, so one thing I've noticed is that the Sarah character is the one who feels sort of infantilized the most within the context of the story. Like earlier in the scene, she was like remembering her ABCs. There's a scene where where she is like remembering like in the very first scene where she meets maybe or Gary. She's like thinking about how she was born premature and all this other stuff. She keeps harkening back to like her high school days. So she is like very, very aware of having been a child in a way that maybe certainly is not, because he's still a child for the most part. And then Lemon, he's too old to like go back to that kind of shit. The other character that does that a little bit is Matthew. Matthew like frequently thinks about like back before everything went wrong, back when he was a kid. So that's just kind of like an interesting note. I don't know that it's something that we need to change, but it's something I do want to be aware of. Mainly because this is our main character right here, so we need to have an eye on what she's doing. All right, comma after. Okay. Did we get rid of that other for a moment? I like that a little bit better. Yeah, I'm glad that we got rid of that for a moment right there. I'm gonna give you another point, just because I don't want that for a moment. Led by the hand and cry. All right, so Carl guides her away from the awful crowd. Sarah snuffles and tries to rub the tears from her eyes with her rubber glove. It doesn't work in the rubber gloves. Her breath comes in sharp huffs. Yeah, let's take out the sharp huffs. Being led by the hand as she sobs on the street makes her feel like she's 4 years old. I think about. Yeah, because 4 years old is like such a specific feeling. It takes her a few blocks to get it together. When she starts to feel back in control,
When she tries to pull her hand back, Carl doesn't let go. Are you arresting me? No, Carl says. Sarah notices he looks exhausted, like he hasn't slept in days, though his uniform is still crisp and unwrinkled. The bags under his eyes are deep and dark, his stubble's halfway to a beard. Why did he shave off his eyebrows? Huge run on, there were like 5 commas. Where? I just changed it? Okay, yeah. Despite the crisp uniform, the wells under his eyes are dark and his stubble's getting thick. His eyebrows are just thin shadows, barely there. Why did he shave off his eyebrows? Maybe he fucked him up really bad. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, well, likewise. Sarah raises an eye. Sarah raises an eyebrow, but she can't dispute it. She notices something else. The way Carl thinks has changed. The nervousness. The nervous, ready-to-bolt energy isn't there so much anymore. Instead, there's a tired confidence. Different areas light up as he talks. Is this what brain damage looks like? He's almost a different person. The nervous. Oh yeah, we do need that. We took away that comma and then we needed it after all. I agree. A comma after. Hold on. Okay, that's not important. Okay. But he's probably right. She notices something else. The way Carl thinks has changed. The nervous, ready to bolt energy isn't there so much anymore. Instead, there's a tired confidence, one she associates with older people. Is this what brain damage looks like? He's almost a different person. It's been a long day, Carl. What are you doing up here? Stopping something bad from happening. Sarah stops mid-stride and stares at him. Something bad was about to happen. How the fuck did you know that? How did you find her? The fuck happened to you? How do you know that? Yeah. The fuck happened to you, Carl? What the fuck happened to you, Carl? You're almost dead this morning. Please. Try to keep it together. Please, Sarah. Try to keep it together. Yep. Yeah, that. Goddamn Carl. Next sentence, comma after instead. Maybe. What the? Yeah, I need more info to know. Something bad was about to happen. She was on the verge of doing something terrible. How did he know that? How did he find her? What the fuck happened to you, Carl? You're almost dead this morning. Please, Sarah. Try to keep it together. No, it's way the fuck up there. Oh, all right. Hold on, I gotta take this fucking call. Yeah. Alright, we're almost through this chapter. I still don't see that instead, though. That's a long way to go for a fucking instead. Oh, instead there's a tired confidence. Oh, there. Okay. Yeah, that is a good comma, though. We do need that comma. So, shoutouts to there. Yeah, it just took a second to fucking find it there. When she turns back, he's gone. Frozen, Sarah waits it. She needs to get off the street. More than anything else, she wants. Somewhere where no one can touch her. where she can't hurt anyone. Sarah wishes the earth would just swallow her. Fuck. Oh my god, why are these fucking people bothering me? Alright, hold on. Ah, sorry. Those are important. Actually, I have to respond to those. Sucks being essential. Ooh. Ooh. So chapter 65, I think, is going to be Fat Man. It's actually chapter 6. How did we get to chapter 66? The fuck? How the fuck did that happen? But yeah, it's another Gary chapter. Alright, let me make sure I'm not missing chats while these people are bothering me. Okay. So I gotta go back. Yeah. She needs to get off the street to find some dark, silent place far away from everything. Somewhere no one can touch her, where she can't hurt anything. Someplace where no one can touch her and she can't hurt anyone. Sarah wishes the earth would just swallow her. She slogs back to the hotel. Boom! And this can't be far. Sarah slogs back to the hotel. All around her, everything is talking. Heads are flickering with thoughts. Machines are chittering endless instructions. Monotonously. The din is unbearable. Madness can't be far. Ooh, I like it. All right, so let's make sure that that's chapter 66. God damn. 4 fucking hours we've been editing this thing. That's like a half a work day that I just done right here. Yeah, so it is 66. It's not even a long chapter. This is like 2,000 words. God. Not even 2,000 words. It's 2,200 words. Okay. Ooh, thank you guys so much. That was one of the more difficult chapters to edit in this book. So fuck the police. That was hard, but we did good work, and I don't think that chapter needs to be redone. Very, very critical chapter to get through. It says a lot about Sarah and her sort of the dehumanization of the power, and the fact that like in this moment of rage, she almost does something fucking terrible. And then we get into Carl Mason just popping out of nowhere, and hopefully that's mysterious and not just too Deus ex machina or whatever. It's a criticism I've gotten before. I don't actually know what that means, so no, I have an idea of what it is. But hopefully that's not just like, what? Why does he fucking appear out of nowhere there? And that we can justify it in later chapters. Because Carl is the sort of clue to a bunch of the weird shit that happens in this story. And we need to make sure that it is believable and consistent. All right. Fucking throat is gone after hours and hours of reading. But I'm happy with it. Glad we got to do this. And really appreciate you guys being here with me. The difference between like editing with you and without you is like night and fucking day. So really making this book a lot better. Thank you. Penis pump.